Alright, welcome in everyone. I hope you are all having a good day. Today we are starting a new game, a new visual novel that I'm super excited about because it just looks so cool and looks so precious, and I'm very excited. I know very little about this game because I just stumbled on it when I was planning my playlist for this month, and I found it. It just looks so precious. Basically, it's like you start out as childhood friends and just like go all the way through adulthood, and it just looks really precious and apparently very customizable, so I'm very excited. So let's just jump in and get started. It also looks very pretty, like the art looks very nice. Okay, we're gonna skip the tutorial because I read it already and there's a lot of it, so we're just gonna... Oh no, okay, I just have to actually click through it. There we go. Okay. Character creation. Let's see how long this takes me. Okay, let's... I should have actually gone in here and picked a name. Because basically they have a bunch of names that are voiced, so we're gonna do one of the voiced names. I should have looked to see what names there were. Oh, we could do Victor. That's what I did for Dream Daddy. I like that name. It's a good name. I guess we should see if Jun's in here. I suppose there's a chance it could be. Oh, well, there is. We could do Jun. Do I want to just do my name, though, or do I want to do some other name? There are a lot of names in here. That's impressive. Raven. That's a good name, too. I really should have thought of this before I started. I don't know, I kind of... I'm being indecisive. Do we want to do Jun or Victor or something else? I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards Victor. Okay, wait, what's the... I'm trying to remember what the main character, or the romance character's name is. We could try to pick a name that goes well with his name. Why did I not do this ahead of time? I meant to, and I forgot. Oh, there are so many good names in this. Yuki, Xavier. Oh, wait, let's... I don't know. I'm being indecisive. How am I indecisive already? Okay, we'll do Jun. And we will do my spelling. Sure, we'll just put my name. Let's see if my name will fit. Hey, it does. Okay. Now on to the character creation. Actually, I should have started with the hair first. Let's do the hair first. Oh, so floopy. Oh, I like that one. So many options. Ooh, I like that one. Nah, I think we're gonna do this one. Actually, let's change the color. I hope they have... Do they have silver? Yeah, they have a couple. Okay. I mean, it's not the best color of silver, but it's a bit more gray than... Oh, that blue's pretty. With the gradient? Maybe I need to do blue hair. Why is that the only one with a gradient? Or at least much of a gradient. I guess they all do a little bit. Maybe it's just the most noticeable one. Maybe we will do black, because I don't really like the gray. Oh, so many choices. You can't see their face. Well, that's kind of pretty. I don't think it's quite the vibe I'm going for, but kind of pretty. Ooh, 2 colors. I guess you can't change color. Oh, you change the color there. Is there blue? Ooh. This is fun. Oh, we could do 3-tone. That might be a little much, though. That's kind of cool. Ooh, that's fun. Maybe. Let me see what other options there are, though. Okay, I need to decide. You know, let's do... I think I will do that 2-tone. Oh, wait. Where's the one I want? There. Wrong way. Where's the blue? Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, face shape. Maybe the oval ones? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, that is very pale. Peachy, olive. Let's do peachy. What color eyes can we have? They have to be the same color, which is kind of too bad, but ooh, that's cool. I don't think it's what I want, but Oh, that looks cool too, though. Ooh, blue to match the hair. That's kind of cool. I do like green eyes. Oh, silver. That makes sense. Let's do silver. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Oh, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. I hope you enjoy your time here. Feel free to chat, feel free to lurk, whatever you want to do. Hydrate. Good idea. I shall do a hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Wait, that didn't work. Oh, there it is. The water bottle is there. You can just barely see it. This game is in fact very precious. It looks very precious. I'm so excited to play it. Okay. What else have we got? Those are very bold scars. Nah. Rosy cheeks? Nah. If you could go back and play it for the first time again, you would. Well, that's a pretty good compliment for a game or a story or anything. I love that feeling when something's so good you want to relive it for the first time. Hand size. Let's do slender. Glasses? Well, those are kind of cute. Nah, I don't think we'll do glasses this time. Want any birthmarks? Oh, there's so many options. Bracelets are cool. No, I don't think we'll do any. Do I want any scars or birthmarks? So many decisions to make. Sure. Okay. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I went back to the start. Yeah, okay. I think that's good. Let's do it. Okay. I'm gonna try reading it all out. My throat's being a little scratchy this morning, but we'll see. I have 2 big cups of tea, so I should be fine. Oh, it's so pretty. I love the art already. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of the year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. Oh boy, let's see if I can talk this morning. That could be interesting. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. Oh, that sounds so nice. I want a nice beach day. It's been a while since I've been to the beach. Oh, the smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of school as vacation with it. That sounds like the dream. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside the neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. Okay, options already, let's go. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. Or you ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. Or you were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you. But they all knew you well enough to expect that. I'm kind of leaning towards this one. No. Or the anxious one. I feel this one. The like social anxiety answer. You know what? Let's go with this one. Sure, why not? They still smiled at you anyway, and that made you feel a little more comfortable. But today, there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom's had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. With this one, I think. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help, even if you don't know them. Yeah, nice middle ground. Like, life is not black and white. We'll go with that one. You weren't sure about this man yet. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. That's a mood. Yeah, we'll go with that one. You slowed down as you thought about how you could get around this. There was a split second where your eyes met. That wasn't good. He was probably going to say something now that he'd seen you standing around here. Hey! You were right. His deep voice called out to you, but you didn't say anything. Unfortunately, the man stood up and started to make his way toward you. We'll do this one. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, you offer the stranger a smile. The man gives a grin of his own back. Ooh, he's pretty. I like his hair. Oh, look at his cool tattoo. Hello, person. I don't know who you are, but I like you. Do you live around here? What's your name? You look the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his short and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, we'll say yes. That's great. He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove, who's about your age. Oh, that seems like a strange name for an actual living person. Yeah, it's different, but it's a good name. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. I think it's pretty cool. You've never met anyone with that name. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be June, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8, just like him. So, he shook... Is he trying to pay me to be his son's friend? He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. You could try to be friends with the boy. Just give it a chance, and you can keep this. He's a good kid, you'll like him. But you gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. I don't like this answer because it implies that Cove was the one doing it. I don't know why I feel sorry for. I'm just gonna I am. What can be so bad about this Cove kid that his dad would need to bribe strangers to be friends with him? That's a very valid question. What do you say? Want to make a deal? I mean, it's a free $20. Sure, I'll take the money. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hand, grinning at thoughts of what you could do with that much cash. Ooh, what are we gonna buy? Sweets? Ticket to a movie? Cute stuffed animal? Ooh, a library card. Oh, might have to do a library card. I am a book nerd. We're getting a library card. You enjoyed reading a lot of different books. You could even get, wow, you could get everyone you like now. And that was just the start, you thought. The sky was the limit with that kind of amount. The man smiled at you. Wow, I can't read. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling at the sides as he did. Great, that's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I want him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. Aw. If you see him, can you tell him to come home? He's got a pink cast and glasses, you can't miss it. We'll just do okay. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that, but you were still gonna help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, pausing before doing so, then pulling his hand away instead. Your mom's already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful... Yeah, okay, I read that correctly. I just didn't comprehend what I read. Okay, your mom's already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back, and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again. He jogged off down the street without another word. He decided to check the hills behind your house. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, a view of the ocean? A nice green hill? Oh, I'm jealous. I want to live there. Oh, that's a pretty steep hill. It would be annoying to have to walk back up it, but it's quite pretty. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. Oh, it sounds so nice. I want to go to the beach. You always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You did enjoy it. Definitely not that answer. Um, hmm. Yeah, let's do the stories. You love to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagine living far beneath the waves. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid. Wow, I can read. You'd seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. You took a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Oh, he's so cute. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have... Okay, what do we notice first? His green hair. So pretty. But this new boy did. You watched as it fluttered softly around his face in the breeze. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. I'll just say hi. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. Oh, sweet baby, don't cry. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink hat seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man said earlier had stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. Um, hmm. Uh, that's still the truth. That might not have been the right thing, but... Oh, so is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. Oh, I can leave if it is. I'm going to shake my head. While doing so, you also pick out a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. Oh. Sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. A quiet hiccup, A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they'd never stop, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents, they don't want to live together with me anymore. Oh, baby. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheek, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made Dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go home. Oh, poor Cove. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on. I hate this place. I want my real life back. Oh, I want my mom. Oh. We'll do this one. He slipped his hand underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it'd be like to live with only one of your moms. It must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. June, Cove, kids, where'd you go? Cove looked up. Wow, I can read. Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. We'll say it'll be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure. Wow, English this morning. It's not gonna be fun. Wow. I can totally read. Let's try this again. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. Sorry, I still don't want to go. We're gonna wait silently with him. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. Both your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. June, you're here after all. We had been at the park to... Wow. We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. Let's just say we're staying in the grass, because that's what we're doing. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? He looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. That's a little fast. But the question is, were we having fun? I mean, not really. But I don't know how to answer this question. I mean, it was nice, but it wasn't fun. I'm just gonna go, because that's a complicated question. You did think, yeah, exactly. You did think that was the right word to describe it, but you weren't sure what else to say. Finally letting go of his scowling son. Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing June knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Bye. Oh. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Okay, hold up. Let me adjust the audio a little bit, because like you can't hear the voices at all. Let's try that. Okay. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? It sounds like words? We'll do this one. Then okay. Both your moms laugh, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arms around your shoulders and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after a long, exciting day, you follow them home. Your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. You can change later. Okay. Definitely say fond. And comfort. Let's, I think relaxed. Yeah, let's do fond and relaxed. Relaxed fondness, yes. At the breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again? Yeah, I am.
How sweet.
How sweet. I'm so happy he moved in.
Okay.
Let me... I like that they're voices, but they're so... Oh, I could turn it up. There we go. Oh. Didn't realize you... Oh. Okay, that's it. I don't exactly like how you can't see the end of the bar. That's okay, though. That. With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Can't answer that. I don't know, am I? Your bowl is entirely empty, so you nodded. We'll just say yes. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can muster, you look at your empty cereal bowl, then at Mom.
Okay.
Okay, attitude. Kid, we see. Good job, he should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then, on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Could you get it? Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, Wordweaver family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, you smiled at Cove. He smiled back with some hesitation. Ooh, what bracelet do we have? Okay. Do we have a threaded bracelet or a crystal bead bracelet? I don't think flower bead bracelet or shell bracelet. Crystal beads or shells? Let's do shells. Let's go play in my room. Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. Look at that little... Is that a, like, penguin? A penguin gesture? Oh, so many books. Coloring stuff. That's a cool bed, too. Okay, enough being distracted. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little at the sight of your treasures. Oh, that's so cute. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a lady just said that, and a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. He likes our drawing. Thank you. You're welcome. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. We'll say we're glad for the company. It was nice to have someone new to play with. When his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you collected... Oh, let's try that again. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it, before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah, see? You just gestured. Why can't I say that word? Gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat, this is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh's gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend, or like her #1 fan, I guess? Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that was washed ashore. You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you got in each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you'd washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Do we want to be a total nerd? For the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. Yeah, we're gonna do that one. You got a whole picture book dedicated to different shells and sea life. You'd learned a lot by flipping through its pages. Apparently fascinated, either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Bust it open. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh, like he hadn't spoken out loud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. Well, so you can have it. Cove looked at me in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? But I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. I mean, I don't really need it. I can always get more shells. No, you should have it. No, it's okay for you. You pushed a shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present. But Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove was your neighbor now, maybe you could give it to him another time. Only that little face. It's so cute. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person had knocked, he figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. He'll be alright. He's here, we can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. I don't know. Do we tell him not to get hurt or do we go with him? I kind of want to... I feel for him, so we're going to go with him. Hurry, they'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. Oh, yes. To the hill by the beach. I love it. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see Cove was already taking off away from the house. We need to decide how fast everyone was. We'll do this one. Hey, wait up! You ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know, somewhere else. I just don't want to see... Uh-oh, we got caught. You looked back and saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you, the backpack he clutched bouncing all around along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind.
Hi!
Oh my goodness, he's cute and has so many freckles. Oh, hi. Are you Cove?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Shiloh. Okay. Yep. Are we going back or are you gonna play outside? Shiloh's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you had been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. Right, my shells and stuff. We have to make sure they're okay. With Shiloh trailing behind, you and Cove head back towards the house. It was almost a perfect escape. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove wasn't having fun. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kinda like my cast. The beautiful pink... Well, that's not what that says. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue? Might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool.
I guess.
Well, I feel this one. Not try to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence. The suddenly more awkward silence to look back at your shells. Yeah, we'll do that. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Why did Cove answer? Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach. Probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. Started getting up before you had even answered, but Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too? Really? You do too, right, Jun? The park is fun. We'll do the kind of non-committal. The park is pretty great.
Yeah.
Right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. Okay, the park just got upgraded. Playing in the sand's always fun. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds fun. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really want to see. Nice and blunt and to the point. I don't know. I never really want to see her. I just want to check out the park. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she could always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Jun, Shiloh. Hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. You wondered if he would leave too. He looks so sassy. Her dress also kind of looks like it has coffee beans on it. I'm guessing those aren't supposed to be coffee beans though. It's a cute dress though. Who's that? It's Cove, he's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're by a lot. My mom said you're June's age.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh's just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Oh, I like her. She's fun.
Oh.
For a second, it looked like he might cry again, but something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. You interjected quickly, hoping Cove wouldn't start crying again. He sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and June in school. You'll see tons of kids there when summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversation with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely you didn't really know, but she laughed, face scrunched up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat and put up your feet. Or take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. The rest of summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way the sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person. Wow. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Yay! Okay. Before we move on, we're gonna take a quick break because whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Because I need to get some more water. So yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break. Feel free. Get up, get some food, get some water, stretch your legs. I can't believe I've been streaming for an hour already. That hour went by really fast. But yeah, so we're gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes after I go get some more water. So yeah, be right back. way back. And let's continue. We'll just start here and move on. Come back before it gets dark. Alright, sport. The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention, as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. Brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, then his dad.
How's it going?
The voices are still really quiet. Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today? Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There are lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the directions of the stores, like you could see the goods like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in there. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp ten to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove Dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Oh, look at that beach. It looks so nice. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. We'll ask if he's looking for shells. Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You could manage that. You dropped your feet to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had lots of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. He has much more restraint than I do. I can't go to the ocean without getting wet. It's an impossibility. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in. Try that again. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. And although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. I'll ask, what did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? What do I like to do at the beach? I'll be honest, I don't really like swimming in the ocean. I just like walking in the ocean. And of course we're like 8 years old. Let's do build a sandcastle. Yeah. Last summer, Lizzie and I built one that was as tall as me. And sometimes they have sandcastle building competitions down by the boardwalk. Cool, I bet you could win. You smiled at Cove. Maybe the two of you would build one together one day. Aw, that would be cute. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed there as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzel, hot donuts. Oh, this is making me hungry. Oh, I could just imagine walking in a beach town with all the smells. Oh, delightful. I mean, it sounds really good. The energy surrounding the air seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. He's not gonna be. That's okay. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat, a funny green coat. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery gold script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to their place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did. Squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Probably a very annoying situation to be in. It's like, I don't want to be part of the show. I'm gonna back away. It wasn't enough to deter him, and the crowd of people gathered behind you made it impossible to move any further. He smiled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. Oh, he smelled. I can read. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. Now I want popcorn. I haven't had popcorn in forever. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin. Ooh, dolphin balloons? And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Nice! We got dolphin balloons! Now you're really grateful he chose you. Yeah, totally. We had dolphin balloons. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. Yeah, we'll say it's not so special. It's too bad, but you kind of want to meet Cove's uncle. If he knew how to make things disappear too, you thought that would be pretty neat. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the sides there was a whole rack of brightly covered kaleidoscopes. Oh, kaleidoscopes. I love kaleidoscopes. Rubik's Cubes are fun too. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. You picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. For a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. That's good if he's having fun. He nodded, and you smiled back at him, happy to hear it. When Cove moved toward some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. Oh, those are so cute! Look at the little crabs! I like them. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to the table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Oh, which one do I want? I like the dolphin, but that crab's also really cute for some reason. He's a little smiley crab. What do the crab? Your hand stopped on the crab, claws raised, and a tiny smile on its face. It had big eyes and little legs, and the fabric was smooth when you picked it up. You had seen a few crabs at the beach before, though they usually scuttled away before you got the chance to look at them closely. You liked the idea of having a crab all your own, even if it was just a soft animal. You were instantly enamored. The price, though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. I mean, it depends on the thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad. You still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave you, hidden away in your room. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
All right.
Fine. Really? Which one? Are you sure? We'll say you don't have to. Cove didn't mind that. He took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was always going to get you something. I already got the money for it. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. Nice! We got a balloon and a little stuffed crab. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? I really like this keychain. Yeah, thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his 9-cast arm over his stomach, and just did yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Oh, that sounds good. Both got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got... Oh, what do we want? Okay, not sprinkles, not chocolate. Do I want cheese or cinnamon sugar? Let's do cheese. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It was covered in gooey, melted cheese just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating normal food. Okay, now that doesn't seem odd. I just like cheese. Well, I like cheese pretzels. I mean, I like cinnamon sugar pretzels also. Man, I really want a pretzel now. I don't have any pretzels. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, You tugged the balloon dolphin out of Ko's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. Ko bounced his arm up and down in place, testing excuse me. Testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around, but remained attached, he smiled, satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers on one hand, and a string already dangling around the other.
Okay.
The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. Oh, that sounds so nice. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. As you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. I kind of like mine's name is Merriweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. Yeah, we'll do that. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all his friends are merfolk. Every now and then, he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin. Blech. Wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merriweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's with a loud, oh no! With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. No!
June.
Oh. I'll give him my balloon. You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. Passing a Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. Oh, beach at sunset, so pretty. Oh, look at those clouds. Oh, so pretty. In the end, you two headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Aw, that was cute. On to the next one. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourself. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient, waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. the beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why? Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun, duh. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decided to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
What do you think? Do you want to? Or do a non-committal I don't know? Please, when have I ever had a bad idea? Whenever we play with you. I wasn't asking you. Cove really doesn't seem interested. I'm gonna hang out with Cove. Fine, whatever. Play by yourselves, just don't be loud. Me and Cove will do it ourselves, it's decided. Wait, Cove's playing with you? He looked back. Oh.
I guess.
Wait, no, Cove, come with me. That's not what I wanted. Oops. Nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed off to find something else to do. Like you promised, Cove stayed put with Lizzie for the next couple hours, while you regretted your life choices. Or read a book. You could hear them talking as you sat with a book by the window. You opened the picture book in your lap and immediately got lost in the story. It was about a little donkey who grew up on a farm, making friends with all the animals and pretending to be like them. You liked the part where she swam around in the pond with the ducks. It always made you laugh. You finished the book and went to get another, but before you could choose one, you noticed that Lizzie and Cove's voice were getting much louder. Curious about what happened, you craned your neck to hear them better. At first, you mostly only picked up on Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports and the Olympics. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new there. Then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. Let's go. Go save them. You abandoned your cozy reading spot to go check what was happening. Hey, is something wrong? From up close, you could see that your sister was red-faced and pouting, while Cove mostly just looked confused. Neither one paid you mind. Shut up, Cove. You're being so unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You worried that the two of them were getting a little too angry over whatever it was. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Have the two of them been arguing like this the whole time? Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed over to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking her tongue out at Cove. Lizzie, June, it's time to get ready to go. Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But bye, June. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Okay? Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth, I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced with a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Kova and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. All right, we better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Nolani? That's a cool name. Nolani, where'd you put the car keys? Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents know she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. Do we be the nice, caring brother? Or do we just put on some good music? Do love a good soundtrack music. I mean, the good brother would play a song to cheer up his sister, but we're gonna do soundtrack from a cool movie. Okay, that didn't work out too bad. Eventually Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. She acted like she was grown up most of the time, but you knew she liked the movie too. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hours watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that you really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretch out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. So pretty. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took you to... Wow, I can read. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Earlier, you'd only got the tail end of your sister's argument with Cove, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto our street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckling their seatbelts and opening their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So?
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder. as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. Mm. What do you hadn't liked doing it, but had to? It's like, you do feel kind of bad, but at the same time, you just told the truth. Being a tattletale didn't feel good, and you wouldn't want someone else to tell your moms everything you did. Still, your mom had asked directly, and you want to be a liar even less. Exactly. Four of you stood around the kitchen table in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without full prompting, she stepped forward and began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through with the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
What a surprise, but of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Wow. Noelani? Yeah, Noelani, June, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. We'll say hi. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's gonna be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when he came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. You didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled sound. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
June's on the other end June's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable, apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really. Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie.
Bye.
Bye, June. Yay, he said bye to me. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled even though you couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now, too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued to talk to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. It was another scorching summer day. The kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked at you for all the answers. It made you feel... I'm going to say frustrated. He always wanted to hear what you thought instead of giving his own opinion, and expected you to come up with the plans. It was hard work, especially for such a hot day. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like an ice cream sandwich. Actually, these are all good options. Ice cream sandwich. You craved soft ice cream sandwich, you craved soft ice cream sandwiched between two cookies. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places with such goodies. Wow, that's not what that says. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. We'll just sigh. As much as you really want that treat, it wasn't gonna happen. What's wrong? I want an ice cream sandwich. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. Set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd watched you expectantly. We'll say it's not enough. Oh. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sand crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Your mind? I can't talk. Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. It was enough for you and Shiloh to get whatever you wanted and more, but you didn't take it out. It was too special to hand over so freely. Besides, Shiloh would be curious about where I came from and might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. The exchange had been a secret. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? Figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah, you could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you on to your destination, where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed to the funds to get the treat. You seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream sandwich? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. I mean, does he not want an ice cream sandwich? Who wouldn't want an ice cream sandwich? And if we're splitting it, an ice cream sandwich is really the only one that makes sense. But we'll double check, make sure he's happy with it. Really? Really? Pleased you bought the dessert you'd longed for. Sweet success. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You bit the ice cream sandwich. The chewy chocolate biscuit complemented the creamy vanilla ice cream inside. Held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it. That was weird. We'll just hesitate. It's okay. You want it more than I do, and I'm really happy that we got to play today already. You finish it. Okay, he's kind of a sweet little kid. Well, it wasn't worth arguing further. The frozen treat was being worn away by the sun and starting to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. If you waited much longer, then neither of you would be getting to eat it. Alright, thanks. The two of you began to head back home as you ate. You offered the treat once more to Shiloh, but he refused again. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way. But you don't tell me things, like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not because I'm scared, it's because you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, this was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true, and that he really did feel okay around you, though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times, and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spot two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw tears on Cove's face. Oh no! What happened? You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you check on Cove, obviously. We kind of ditched him last time, so maybe defend Cove. We're gonna defend Cove. You didn't know what happened, but that wasn't gonna stop you from fixing whatever was wrong. Stop it, leave him alone. Your declaration wasn't directed just at Lizzie or anyone else specifically. It was for anyone who deserved to hear it. June? Are you okay? Do you need help? You can tell me.
June.
Oh, we got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You know exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them. But the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's so cool. Is there anything I can do? No, I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. No, that's a bad idea, Lizzie. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow they'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Lizzie, you are not a good influence. Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not chicken, are you? Yeah, we're just, well... I'll just avoid them. You look to the house. Behind those closed doors lurk two beings, rich in years but poor in patience. That's a good phrase. Rich in years but poor in patience. Maybe they deserved retaliation, maybe they didn't, but that punishment wouldn't be coming from you. It was safer to stay far away from them, especially since Cove took their outburst to heart. I'm not doing it either. Another chicken for the coop. This is a hen house now. If we're chickens, you're a lizard. She whacked her tongue at his face. Still better than a bird brain. Chicken. Chicken. The condo door opened, revealing one of the two culprits. The old man's wizened face was set in a scowl, which was to say he looked exactly like he always did when you saw him. Maybe that was his normal face. What are you kids doing loitering outside my house? Or maybe you're just always in a terrible mood. Nothing. He repeated the word as if it was the greatest crime everyone could commit. Nothing could more like get lost. It wasn't as if he owned the space outside the house, but Cove's eyes, still red from earlier tears, were wide, and you thought it would be best to heed the old man's command. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without so much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all the way... Oh, wow. The old man's hollers propelled you all the way from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitches in your chest and ache in your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath. and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting with Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle against Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. It's fine. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. There were other things to attend to anyway. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. It's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, and then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy, Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Aw, it's so cute. Whoa, so many options. Roses? Ooh, orchids are nice too. Oh, that's cool that you could put in your own answer. I like roses though. They smell really nice. Those are fancy flowers. You'd look good with them. Aw, thank you. Aw, sweet boy. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw cloud shapes. We'll do a dolphin. We like dolphins. You saw a dolphin leaping into the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. It's cute. Hey, he chuckled at your reaction. Sweetie, oh, look at all the stars. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs and surveying her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. Yes, obviously we want to go to the beach. Never say no to going to the beach. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour, abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. Four of you kicked wow, I can read. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge, the waves tickling your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. No, that's a bad idea. One, it wouldn't work well. And two, you'd get soap in the ocean. Yeah, that's right, Cove. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be so serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fish. Exactly. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You'd never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyways? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would someone want to talk about something they never talk about? That's a valid point. You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and June. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
Aw, I never had a dad or anything, so don't feel bad. Or so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. Hmm. I'm just not gonna say anything. You couldn't come up with something you thought would make the conversation any less awkward, so you kept quiet. It was safer that way. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction, cold water and sodden sand splattering against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cave joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck. Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game and more. Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. Oh no. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You dumbo.
Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo. You offered to help him up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice, and held her hand out to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheeks. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Milo got up as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove from laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. "We're back!" Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked.
No.
Elizabeth, is that all that you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. I certainly did. What's Marigold gonna do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for their long drive home, cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant that she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. "You've been out making memories, bucko? I'm glad you had a good time with your friends." Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove. Let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want the cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Wordweaver family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and say and wave goodbye. Smiling, you waved back. Good night.
Fine.
Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everyone inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie Mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first, and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. It was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. For a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Okay, on to the next one. That ocean looks so nice. Toph wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to the shore, glittering and blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Cove's Wow, I can't talk. From what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you can tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like, make a pact with a witch or something, just to get it off his arm. You thought about how the summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye, quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only signed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Do that one. Obviously not interested in hearing much more your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. Sure, we'll say that. He put his hands back, he put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool, this is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make a castle. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seems you got done so fast because I already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. First thing you reached for was... ooh, green piece of sea glass, blue seashell, or red bottle cap. Let's do the green sea glass. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly, so you put it in a funny place where it'd take a second look to see it. Pleased with your results, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. I'll check out Cove's castle. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on the top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
Good, that's smart. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Jun, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted over just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Jun, what did you do? This is my castle. Shiloh didn't look happy anymore. You both build castles? What's wrong with both building castles?
Yeah.
Oh. I see, because he didn't build a castle. Ah, that's neat. How you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, it makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special.
Why?
Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Jun? You waited to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you considered Cove's question. I wasn't there, they didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Jun's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. Oh, poor boy. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turns to say things, or say the things they wanted, is important too. How do I hear Cove's story? It's not like he's purposefully leaving him out. Yeah, exactly. Shiloh could talk after Cove. Cove started first, so we'll finish this and then move on to Shiloh. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really did want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your mom's. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said, I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since I was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you gonna finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised. Huh? That's all that happened. Why did you tell me the story of nothing happened? But that was how our parents met. I didn't make up the story. No, but what was the point? It's not really my point. Cove was not understanding the issue here. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl in disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyways? There was a silent shrug of Cove's shoulders. I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved... It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first before he went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Those brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach, and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh, fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand, had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh? Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Okay, that was a little harsh. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment as his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what. But you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and no one is named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
Who asked you to come? It was probably just your dad bugging Jun's family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll play with you. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Let's try building another sandcastle. Day's gonna be over soon. June, you're right. The sun's going down so fast. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though. Oh, wow. At least you tried to do something to resolve it, though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Shiloh's smile when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, it stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together towards the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up and thinking about something. Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask. Hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face. Oh, I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all red... why'd Shiloh act like that when I said he was all red a lot? He gets embarrassed. Embarrassed? But I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway? I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, June, was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you messed Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you. I mean, we took the money. But we were gonna spend time with him anyways. Those shoulders relaxed. You hadn't even noticed that he had tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I didn't think you were pretending. I just want to make sure it was okay is all. Thanks for telling me. Oh, look at that sweet smile. Your throat tightened. It was hard to meet Cove's earnest gaze again. Keeping secrets was hard. You're welcome. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk, near your houses. It was time to part ways. Do we say goodbye? Do we give him a goodbye hug? Or do we nudge his shoulder? You know, let's give him a hug. Make sure he knows we're really serious. You step forward and wrap your arms around him tightly. You turned your head, resting your cheek on his shoulder. Cove stood there. Look at that face. It's so cute. Cove stood there awkwardly with his hands at his side. He wasn't much of a hugger, but you didn't get the impression he was happy that you were. Bye, Cove. See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye, June. You pulled away, then jogged towards your house. When you looked back, you saw Cove making his way back home too. As if he felt your eyes on him, he turned around. Or, as if you felt your eyes on him, he turned around. He waved, you did too. You still felt a little unsure with what you were supposed to do about the deal Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say something bad, or something you shouldn't. You had no idea how Cove would take it either. It would be terrible if it made him feel bad. What if he didn't want to play with you anymore? You might change your mind sometime. There's always tomorrow after all. But for now, it was definitely something you'd keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your house. Okay, that one was very cute. I'll do one more. I need to take another break to get some more water. Because I'm out of water again. Or I'm almost out of water. So I'll do one more. Take a quick break. Alright, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies! At this blunt declaration from your sister, you look up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? Well, look over at your mom's. They hadn't answered for sure yet, and if that's what Lizzie said you'd do, that's probably what you'd end up doing. Lizzie was an expert at getting her way, having mastered the art of it by the time she could talk. It's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Wordweaver? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to... Wow, I can talk. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before a job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why, probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer was what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's always so dark out there. Lizzie gave mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look. Then mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh.
Oh, Mom, that's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. Lizzie and Shiloh started digging into their food, and it soon became a race to see who could finish their dinner first.
Isn't that great?
Aren't you excited to go outside and play? You gave a non-committal shrug. Jun's just mad because I always catch the most. Lizzie boasted proudly, her mouth full of food, and Mom gave her a stern look. Elizabeth. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could, no doubt, scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. You shifted in your seat to try to get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's floppy hat. Oh, Cove, hi, you're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Bye.
Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile, while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. That's cute. Cove nodded in response. We'll do this one. From the corner of your eyes, you could see Lizzie glaring at you from edging the excursion to an outsider. Trying not to meet her gaze, you looked at Cove. Whatever Lizzie thought of him, he wasn't exactly a stranger anymore. We're gonna catch fireflies on the hill out back. You said that with a smile, hoping Cove would want to come.
Yeah.
I could do that. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and it must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu. What was on the menu for your family's meal? Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. A phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so close after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did. Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away.
Hurry up!
You're so slow, June. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling to you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. You'll walk with him. He fell behind, sidling up next to him and matching his stride. He noticed right away.
Okay.
You can go ahead if you want. You smile and shake your head. I don't. Oh, fireflies! After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. Fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle.
Wow.
Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out here, huh? See how many there are. Yeah. The fireflies danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. You took a couple steps back. You took a couple steps back slowly, trying not to spook the little bug as you admired how it glowed so brightly against Cove's hair. Cove raised an eyebrow, giving you a confused look, and Shiloh giggled. You gestured to his head, and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow.
Oh.
Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. we're not good at getting cuts or scratches, as if that's something you can be good or bad at. How many injuries do we have? One on the thumb. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. I'll encourage him to try again. He'll get the next one. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insects still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. Stay very still. The last thing you want was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Aww, so cute. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned into a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Aww. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack before performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone. Oops, sorry. You teared up, forgave him. It's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Right. Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another one. Do we collect more or sit in the grass and watch? Kinda want to sit in the grass and watch. I think I'll look at everything instead. That's fun too. Okay. He poked the tip of his shoes into the soft dirt. I'll try to get something for you, then we can be even. With that, he made a run for it. He quietly took a seat among the flowers. The others were jumping and dashing all about. You saw how many times they succeeded and failed, how Shiloh almost tripped a couple times. It was a dramatic show, though around you it was calm. The lights of the stars and fireflies surrounded you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched the others, and Shiloh finally managed to catch a firefly between his small hands. His eyes lit up, and when he spread his fingers to take a peek at it, the bug escaped and flew into the air. You watched as he pounced after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. You can do it, Cove! Cove smiled, and you gave him a thumbs up, watching intently to see what happened next. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, you settled for laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies sway around you and the fireflies hovering against the vast sky. June, you lifted your eyes to see Cove returning to your side. His fist was carefully closed. He stretched it out to the front of your face. You noticed a small glow coming from between his fingers. I got one for you. Wow, what now? The hand disappeared up, the hand disappeared up and over you. This one. You could tell from how he moved and his face that that there must be a firefly on top of your head now. You laughed, and it probably flew off. That made you laugh more. Thanks, Cove.
Come on!
June, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with a quick hand gesture. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race.
Cove.
Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You would hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. It was the second time he had gotten in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important, got it?
I guess.
The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else be a referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Cove. I don't want to race. I want to be with Cove. Really? Why? You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point. You stood next to him. Count down. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed toward the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill. Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. He obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad. You got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eye and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the ones who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you had all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Yay, that was cute. Okay. So we're gonna take a quick break, because I need more water. But then we will come back and finish the last 5 summer stories. Or not summer stories, but these last stories. Anyways, yeah. Quick break. Possibly a slightly longer than quick break because I think I'm gonna make some tea. So it'll be a couple minutes. So feel free, get up, stretch your legs, get some food, get some water. Do whatever you need to do. And yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes after I make some tea. So yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back. And the next one is called the library. Yay! Oh, every year the Sunset Brim Memorial Library had a summer reading program. Oh, that takes me back. I loved the summer reading program at my local library when I was a kid. I was very good at it. I got lots of prizes because I read a lot of books. It was great. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because they encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. Yeah, the winning prizes was fun. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, you loved it. Each time, it's been one of the highlights of your summer. Oh yeah, those were great. Getting to hang out with Lizzie and Shiloh and learn new stuff was a lot of fun, even if Lizzie was super intense about it. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you'd brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all four of you. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm. Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that had a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
So I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Cove's dad seemed to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again when the shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now. Aw, you don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister, already in full competition mode, cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after when we win. Okay, see you in an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced age is really catching up to me now.
Bye.
Bye, Dad. Bye, son. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once. Bye, Mr. Holden. Thanks for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know why you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first sight, signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes started between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Hey!
Why are you looking at him? Jun is with us. Jun can come if he wants to. I'm definitely going with Cove. But how do I say it? I'd rather go exploring.
Seriously?
Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. He knew this was one of the things he liked doing with your family, but you chose some time with him anyways. Ugh, fine. Let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. That's just how Lizzie is. Don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, you could play. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep, if I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. We weren't entirely sure how efficient that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove ran off towards the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was... Besides the fairy tale display. Near the older kids section, there was a display with a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, a hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Gotcha. I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile overtook his face. You kind of are.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hand, you went to go hide under the giant piece of fruit in the fantasy section. You decided to hide from Cove in the fantasy section. He never really mentioned being interested in fantasy, so you had a pretty good odds. No, wait. Yeah, so you had pretty good odds of hiding for a while there. If you didn't pay attention to it or read it much, you might just glance over it. And you were right, sort of. It left you waiting for a while, long enough that you eventually pushed yourself to your feet to stretch your legs. You won the round, but Cove wasn't even trying. Over the edge of a shelf, you saw him standing and staring at a bunch of books. Do you want to stop playing or something? Cove froze in place.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna come find you soon. It's alright. What's, You gestured at the shelf full of books, and the one in his hand that had clearly been taking up all his attention. They're the Narnia series. They have talking animals and a magic land and intense fights. And my mom used to read them with me. Oh, her favorite one was Susan. You weren't sure what to do. You weren't sure what he would do. His mom was always a sensitive topic. But he tucked the book back on the shelf, and that was all. It was nice the memories made him happy instead of sad this time.
Alright.
My turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. When the time was up, he was long gone, again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was... all the old Christmas stuff? Behind the Willy Wonka statues. You must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues, you thought, and you were right. Cove was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight, but he wasn't really hiding at all. Oh, hey. These are creepy. The statues were made of brass, Lizzie had told you once. Apparently they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, Veruca Salt. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. That is a kind of weird thing to have in a life. Or anywhere, really. I need to do I need to do good in at least one round. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth open like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're June, right? You nodded. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him, and the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cove follow him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are, she was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd have been with them the whole time. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself at least. Phil glanced over at you, then back at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. Aww. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic. But Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit. Still in victor-to-be mode, even for something like a race to be... Wow. Even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Did you say you came in second place? That's good going.
No.
No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Striving to improve is good too. That makes June the winner of your family. Me? What? June kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch. Hide and seek with just hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead, as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him. Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms close to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. Thanks, Cove's dad. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Yay, pizza party. You're welcome, I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. It was the plan why I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet June's parents wouldn't want him to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son?
Okay.
Okay. That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was best to put on pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza after all and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. It was a shame that you hadn't been able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it. Hey, that was cute. Oh wow, look at that view in that room. Guess it makes sense, they live up in the hills. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flicked through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he had become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. Thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. Sure, let's investigate. You practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late, it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. Without the protective seal of your mom's approval, you felt very vulnerable. There must be a reason you were allowed out in the day and not at night. Not knowing precisely what the reason was made you feel even more afraid. The ease with which you had slipped out only served to make you feel worse. Your moms didn't need to be vigilant because they had trusted you not to do exactly what you were doing. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lips to smile, almost as if you were amused by the question. Because what? Because I wasn't. His tone was irritated now. That wasn't really fair, since he hadn't given you a proper answer the first time, or the second for that matter. Why aren't you sleeping? You weren't even in your house. Tempting as it was to turn his technique back on him, you decided to lead by example and show him what a real answer looked like. There was a strange noise coming from outside. I came to check it out. You heard it too? Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? A little. Me too. Feel better that you're here. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about things. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no signs of an answer to this puzzle. Anything. You weren't going to rule out possibilities yet. It was a mystery. Do you think it was a ghost? Do this one. That didn't mean that there wasn't anything else lurking in the darkness. Your statement hadn't fully convinced Cove. When the two of you locked eyes, it was like speaking without words. Your mutual anxiety hadn't gone away entirely. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more, somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something. Okay, let's go. You clustered together as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. Noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge, the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. Cove's throat bobbed, his eyes glistened in the dim light. We'll offer him your hand. You really want to be there for him and want to show that. Your hand was left up for him to take. Phil's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately he accepted the offer. Oh, yay! His hand was really sweaty, but it didn't bother you. You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Your fingers locked around each other even tighter.
So...
Where did you want to check? Let's check the park. The private playground was as empty as ever, yet the mysterious sound could still be heard, hanging heavy and ominous in the air. Let's keep going forward. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. Cove was practically shaky when he realized it had progressed far enough to reach there. He swallowed hard, but faced you with a determined face. My dad says, good detective work starts at home. He watches a lot of crime shows, so maybe it'd be good to look closely? Okay. The two of you swept through every corridor of the park. No monkey bar, swing, or tire went unchecked. He was squatting on the ground, squinting at something in his hand. Intrigued, you checked over his shoulder so you could see too. Phil felt it in his open palm. Coiled inside was a length of sparkly chain, grains of sand embedded in the fine links. Lifting it up, it became apparent that this had... Wow. Lifting it up, it became apparent how this had come to be here. You'd seen bracelets and necklaces enough to recognize that the clasp which held it together had snapped. It's broken. It's silver. Werewolves hate silver. Other things too, I think. If this noise is caused by a monster, we could protect ourselves with it. Yeah, look at that smile. Yeah! He flicked the chain as if cracking a tiny whip. Oh, that's adorable. I wonder if there's anything else we could use out here. Phil considered this, frowning. I should have grabbed some garlic before I left. His frown devolved into a scowl. It probably wouldn't have worked. That doesn't have any real garlic. He gets fake garlic? The little flakes in a jar, not real balls you have to cut up like Mom uses. I mean, it is still real garlic, it's just chopped up.
Maybe.
From his begrudging tone, you could tell that he was still firmly on the size of fresh garlic. That's fair. Even though you had extinguished all the possible places to search in the park, the sound still rang through the air, mocking you. Should we look somewhere else? I mean, we're already at the beach. Might as well check the beach. The beach stretched out in front of you, nothing in sight along its sands, no matter which way you turned. Part of you imagined the noise as some creature of the deep washed up on the shore and calling for aid. That theory had to be taken off the list for now. Still, you'd spent some time on the shore. You'd spent enough time on the shore to know that the real finds often require a sharp eye and careful attention. The sound was no more than a whimper now. Emboldened, you kept your head held high and walked along the sand. Let's see if there's anything here. Go began to comb the beach for clues. You followed suit. The angry wind sent grains of sand rolling across the beach like waves. You stayed clear of the water, which was rough and choppy tonight, and scoured the area for hints as to what might be happening. You saw something glint in the sand, full of promise, but when you eagerly uncovered it, you found it was just foil from a chip packet. You stowed it away with a sigh. Did you find something? Just trash. Cove shrugged and gave you a sympathetic smile. That's how it goes sometime. You like hunting for treasure on the beach too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Have you ever found anything mysterious or weird? You were expecting him to mull the question over a bit, but Cove answered immediately. Teeth. Like a shark's tooth? You'd seen those for sale in shops, though you'd never been lucky enough to stumble across one at the beach. No, not that. People teeth. Why are there people teeth on the beach? Yeah, you know how grown-ups sometimes don't have their own teeth any longer, and they get fake ones so they can still eat? You nodded, listening in fascinated horror. I found some, the top half. How'd you know it was the top half? It had the pink top of the mouth bit, like this. He opened wide and pointed at the roof of his mouth. You let out a squeal. What did you do with them? Mom took them from me. I don't know what happened to it after that. I was way stranger than stuff I've seen. Yeah, we'll go with that. The weirdest thing I remember was a keychain with Lizzie's name on it, but it wasn't actually hers. The coincidence was made much less special by the fact that it was actually said Liz, a moniker your younger sister had never taken. Ove was still tickled by your discovery, even if you thought it wasn't as exciting as his. As you contemplate your options, it occurs to you that you hadn't heard the noise for a while. Cove, I think it's gone. Cove perked up at this. You watched as he listened for the scary sound that had become background noise to your adventure. You're right. You both stood awkwardly in the now silent night. Without the mysterious call to lead you, there wasn't a reason to stay here. Wasn't a reason to stay out any longer. The night was still as you walked home. With none of the usual background noise or the eerie whistle from before, you could hear every step you and Cove made like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. Now to sneak back inside. Do you sneak out a lot? Not really. Thought so. How'd you know? I hadn't seen you out my window this late before. That was fair, though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this was the first time he caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
No. He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. Hmm. That must be hard. Yeah, you and Mom do what they want. Why shouldn't I? Hmm. Alright, I'm going
Bye.
in. Okay, good night. Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it by myself. I wanted to go with you. Aww, you beamed at him. You turned the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock that nudged it open. When all that happened, When all that happened was the door opening, rather than the blaring alarms you'd feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show they were watching before you left, yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get upstairs, you'd be safe from suspicion, but how could you get up there? We'll just walk normally. Sometimes the best thing you could do was to hide in plain sight. You strode across the room in the direction of the staircase. Uh-oh, we got caught. Your moms knew you were up, but they had no idea why. They abandoned the couch and they showed to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet.
Are you okay?
What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? Yeah, sure. You could bring yourself down up to what you had done. I heard scary noises, so I came down here. Their surprise gave way to concern.
Sorry.
Honey, Mom took you by the hand and led you up the stairs. Wolf, your hand is cold. Why didn't you come over to us? I was supposed to be in bed. You won't ever be in trouble for coming to us when you're frightened. We'd much rather you came to us than try to solve things all by yourself. Oops, we kinda did that. Her phrasing made you feel bad. Nervousness ate at you as you were tucked into bed. Your moms assumed that your flushing and insistence on delving under the covers was part of your fear and spoke to you softly until you calmed down enough to peep out from underneath your sheets. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventures in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. It was harder still to believe you'd gotten away with it. Even now, you have expected to be caught somehow. Perhaps you'd left the door ajar or trailed sand where they'd already swept up. You hoped that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried being told off was never fun. Wriggling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned to the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you would solve it and maybe you wouldn't, but what mattered was that you'd shared the experience with each other. Aw, that's so cute. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking up theories to share with Cove when you next saw him. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventures merely resumed in your dreams. The next morning proceeded mostly like usual, though your mom seemed to be giving extra consideration since finding you last night. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether that was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. It was amazing to you that it all worked out for you both. As for the sounds that started all this, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple, so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you were grown up too. Okay, that was a cute one. Okay, 3 more. You've been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, was even a quarter the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together, luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. Your family and Cove's were just two of many. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. Couldn't wait for the fireworks. What made you nervous? Let's do... Who couldn't wait for the fireworks? Fireworks are cool. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but you wanted them to get something in return, which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautiful iced cupcakes she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around You bet there had been no such dramatics around that cargo getting here in one piece. But the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie, everyone all set? Should be. Cove, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated. His attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid.
Good kid. I don't want you getting burned. Or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well...
Don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the table up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right, there was plenty to go around. The pans headed over, with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing behind them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar, chilled meat, sliced vegetables, bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Your mom had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. Felt that was important. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground stuffed full of cans of soda, boxes of juice and milk, as well as bottles of water. We gotta drink water. The water went down easily, quenching a thirst you hadn't noticed. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lip, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot, but you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings. Nodding her head towards the group of kids, like a general directing their battalion, she pointed the way.
Come on!
Come on, let's go over there. Cole's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids. clearly not favoring either option, but ultimately he hunched his shoulders and tugged along after Lizzie. Well, if Cove's going, we have to go too. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! Picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out on the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my little brother June. That one with the cast is Cove. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked at the others. Not much. The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first and heard the shriek as someone got splashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes and her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late, when the trigger had already been pressed. Rude. Hey! Lizzie, who'd been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face. You rubbed at your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled there. You were with Lizzie. It was mean to spray people who weren't playing too. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it, Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl, not meaning anything by it, did change the fact that she'd been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up when she had an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody. Yeah. Cave nodded as the other kids murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. We'll just kind of go along with it. You join the group of kids tearing off after a girl with a pistol. Spotting you all over her shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and you collided with Cove's shoulder. Sorry. Cove shot you a smile that gave you a feeling of camaraderie. It's okay. You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and the two older kids were hot on her heels too. You know what? You move to the side. You don't want to win this race. We'll let them deal with it. I'm just here because Cove's here. With the path clear, Lisa lunged and tackled her friend to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph, then pushed her glasses back up the bridge of her nose. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop at your side. Lizzie, who whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah, I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you had lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah, bye. It was cool playing. Yep, bye. Waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obscured your words. Oof, that's quite a cough. Are you alright, sweetie? Yeah, I'm fine. You sure? No one needs to go up to the girls if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids. I can do it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright, but tell me if it gets too much for you.
So?
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you'd like on it. There's different meats and veggies. As you approach, you found the vast array of bits and pieces, ready to be skewered and served up. I choose. Let's do pork and zucchini. And maybe some beef and potatoes. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds good to me. The veggies will be good for you. Order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
Why?
Doesn't matter. I don't know, I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the veggies except onions. Nice. Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. All the chicken in the world? No, that's dumb. You know what I mean. Lizzie peered over the grills Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. Coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice. I didn't make the wrong choice. I think we all made good choices. Just what kebab someone needs. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, 1 for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clucked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Thanks, this looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here. Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Running around with the other kids had helped you to work up an appetite. Mr. Holden, what do you have? Or
Well,
what do you do? I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the greens every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get you need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. A drive is a type of golf shot. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at his accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something you really do already. Just go away every day. I like scuba diving. Though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. I'm gonna stay quiet. Alright, I get it now. The sun had been setting when you'd got your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food is gone, you gotta wash your hands.
Okay.
June, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, pal. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time. We have to get a good spot. Everyone's going to be taken. How about I go ahead and save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting drinks. Then I'm going with Coast Dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
Alright, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and June, do you want to get the drinks? Okay. Nod. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden head off to the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the coolers where you pick up drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find as much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful in amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha! June, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. Took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. Sure. Cove hesitated, but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey, hon, how's it going? Did you find our perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by uh-huhs as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. Got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. Hello, welcome in, James Morningstar. I am doing well. This has been a very fun game. Nice chill stream. And yeah, welcome in. Feel free to chat. Feel free to lurk. Do whatever you want to do. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field. The separate groups of people assembled there Wow, let's try that again. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field, and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families.
Hello.
Yes, this is my first playthrough. Yeah. I just discovered this game recently and thought it looked absolutely adorable. So now we're playing it, and I am quite enjoying it. And thank you so much for the follow. It means a lot. I hope you enjoy your time here. Hello, we're here, and we come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you hand over the spare drinks. You held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone.
How sweet.
You're so thoughtful. Yeah, no problem. I'm really loving this game. I've fallen in love with it like instantly. I'm so excited to play it. Despite my replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made claim to the sweet drink. Of course it was Lizzie. Can I have it? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, I love you, June. Aw, you two are a real pair. Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their number was steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing every so often. You nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they are handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a pickle.
I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Hydrate. Good idea. Thank you for the hydrate. Are they gonna come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
We'll have to wait and see. Am I intrigued or do I not care? I don't really care that much. There's no point in getting excited over something that might not happen, and there were other things going on. You toyed with the grass between your fingers and waited for the show to start. Then the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out desserts. I want dessert. Any takers? There's dessert. Lizzie squealed, hopping up off the ground. The man chuckled. Ice cream! Oh, I haven't had those little cups of ice cream in forever. They're they're not great, but they're also just so good. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu, vanilla flavor with a twist of chocolate or strawberry. Oh, that sounds so good. Nice. None for me, though. Thanks. Same, but the offer's appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? Strawberry for me too. Okay, now you're gonna have to make. Oh no. Chocolate or strawberry? Those are both good choices. I'm feeling strawberry. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. They came packaged in little plastic cups, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kids, are you gonna thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how many he had to get to. You peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please?
Of course.
Of course, sweetie. Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheeks, then dug her spoon in again and held it out to you. I just can't resist. June, would you like some of mine? Why can't I talk? He's already got that flavor. Well, that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. I don't need more ice cream. See, June knows how it is. Doesn't hurt to ask. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some too. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream.
What?
What? The kids have ice cream already, and they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm? Well, this is like an adorable exchange. I love this. Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough. There. All better now? Yes. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. You looked over at Cove. He was digging into his ice cream, which bore the same pinkish red twirl as your own. Sure, we'll ask him. You held your spoon out to him. Glancing up at you, Cove cocked his head at a curious angle. I already have that one. Want to share anyways. Cove looked around awkwardly, but nodded nonetheless. Aww. You took out a bit of ice cream and held your spoon out to him. Another furtive glance, he nibbled at it. Oh no, goddess. Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile, as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Cove didn't appear to hear the exchange. He took the spoon to his own ice cream, excavating some, and held it out for you to eat. That was so cute. In the end, that kind of made it pointless. You each just ate the same strawberry ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy didn't like to say it was the thought. Or your mommy did like to say it was the thought that counted, though. Lizzie, stay out of this. Hey, if you're sharing too, I'll take some. You already asked your mom to give you some. So? Mommy's gonna let you have Mom was gonna let you have a bite. You just didn't take it. None for you. Lizzie stuck her tongue out at the both of you and turned her attention back to her own cup of ice cream. Oh, fireworks! They're so pretty! Then, the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the fireworks crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky, and another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. We'll do this one. Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up in tandem with every crack of the fireworks. Mommy then bent down to offer your hand up too. No, we're just gonna watch quietly. The vast array of colors in the sky were hypnotic. As if entranced, you stayed rooted to the floor, marveling at the wonders flashing above you. Mommy understood when you didn't get off the ground. Instead, she sat down again right by you. The two of you enjoyed the sparkles side by side, while Mom and Lizzie danced together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. You eventually noticed that at some point, Mr. Holden had let... Oh, wow, let me try reading that again. You eventually noticed that at some point Mr. Holden had let Cove perch atop his shoulders, or more likely Cove had to be persuaded to give it a try. Still, Cove's face was covered with a wide smile that matched his father's own. Oh, it's so cute! You imagine the view from way up there was pretty impressive. It was also nice that they were getting along for once. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky. the twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. As the final glittering embers dissolved into the night, you released a deep breath. The afterimage was still burned on your retinas, leaping up behind your eyelids with every blink. Within a minute, the image had been lost, but it was burned. Within a minute, the image had been lost, but it was burned deeper still in your mind. You'd been so focused on the show that your foot had gone numb beneath you, and it was only when you attempted to stand that you felt the tingling sensation of blood rushing back to your toes. Oh, I like that detail, because, yeah, I've definitely done that before. Cove was on the ground again. You flashed him a grin, which he immediately matched. Getting to share the experience with a friend made a fun night even better. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the firework display. Then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, and smiled. This had been a pretty special night. Aw, that was so cute! I like that. Okay, on to the next one. Okay. It was early, and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with me? No, sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, June. What? Where are you going? He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulder. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets, from what you'd seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. Where are you going? You didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'm back though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heels and started to walk away. Wait, no, where are you going? He kept going, his focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly, it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove, but it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. No. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot, you just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store street, or his house, or anything. He was new, he might not know what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up to him. Slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away. I just want to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places there aren't any places the way you're going. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. But why do you have to walk that way? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while. I want to go with you. You can't. Why not? Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. No, I'm going with you. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You could tell that he hadn't expected you to say that.
Really?
Don't think it's a bad idea or something? I don't know, but if you're doing it anyway, I should too. We'll do that one. His lips curved into a smile. Okay, you can come. You grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily. You thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit up the middle of the street. That's not what that says. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk, and so did Cove when he saw. You pointed over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can. Sorry. If we're gonna be away, I better take some stuff. It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. If your moms could think it's weird, if we have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He motioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I packed snacks. It'll be alright. You wished you could bring your backpack along just to be safe, but his explanation made sense. Alright, we can leave. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in much better spirits than when you first ran into him. You were glad. He hasn't always been this upbeat. That's fine. Oh, he hasn't always been this upbeat. That's fine though, otherwise he wouldn't be Cove. You liked seeing him smile. Cove took the first step and you mirrored him. As one, both of you ran up the street. You were off into unknown territory. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying their summer. It was like you had suddenly become criminals, always worried if someone was on your tail. As tense as it was, you were still glad when you got the opportunity to take a proper break. So waved for you to stop once you got out of the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place. You're all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you had come here on foot. Before, one of your moms always drove you to this place in their car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard. You looked over at the road ahead. We're so far. A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words. Before he nodded, you spoke again and huffed. Spoke again, still huffing. Moms bring me and Lizzie here for shopping. Yeah, I've never been here before, Dad. I've never been here. Wow, I can't read. I've never been here before, not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. We're doing good. It's not even nightfall. Yeah, we're still a bit unsure. You thought it was right to have... You thought it was right to have gone with Cove, but being so far from your neighborhood made you feel even more weird about what was happening. Clearly Cove wanted to keep going. For how long, though? He couldn't want to keep walking forever. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in and searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered one to you. Here. Thank you. I was getting thirsty. The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the special circle part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. You sighed contentedly after your first sip. Your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip of your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There's still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spotted them. I got some snacks from the kitchen too. Chips, muffins, bananas, candy. That was already a lot, but he kept excavating more. Also a couple of clothes, a flashlight, first aid kit for my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. Oh, and some money my dad gave me a while ago that I hadn't spent yet. Your mouth made a small O halfway through his lengthy list. You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't have thought to grab a flashlight or first aid kit. I told you I was going away. Didn't know what to say to that. The little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it had never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking without a single glance over at you, though he did still take a small, unhappy sip of his juice. For some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove seemed to become. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He'd just taken your empty juice box from you and stowed it away in his bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all this. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky. That's a fun way to say that. Dipping lower and lower, the street lamps came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. I convince him to go back or keep walking. We're just gonna keep walking for now. Even if it was late, you weren't ready to turn back, and neither was Cove. The two of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or if you even wanted to. People had said this was a really tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a large expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became a certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Oh, that's so pretty. The landscapes in this game are gorgeous. Your feet hurt, you were tired. The two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you'd seen this sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. You had made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of town, there was nothing. How could he get to where he wanted to go? Cove, however, didn't falter. He kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself beside the boy as he zipped his bag open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What next do you want? You're almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks they had lifted off earlier. I want... Pulled out 2 muffins. After passing you your food, he took a big bite out of the top of his muffin. Now I want a muffin. Kind of muffin. They sound tasty. Anyways, you peered over at your friend. He He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. The sun had set some time after both of you finished eating. Now it was dark, apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cove grabbed the flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I guess.
He was speaking defensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on. A beam of light cut through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapping your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. Is it okay if I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move to somewhere else first. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Why can't I even see her anymore? He used his uncast arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go myself. I don't need anyone to take me. Oh. This is all just too much. You start to cry. Honestly, it's always, I feel like this is actually a good option. You're gonna do this one. Cove's eyebrows shot up as though he had expected you to have this kind of reaction to what was happening. What's wrong? You didn't give him any answer. When the surprise wore off, he tried more softly to coax a reply out of you. Are you okay? I want you to go. His lips clamped together and he awkwardly held his hands up in front of him, as though he wanted to do something but wasn't sure what. I'm sorry, I don't want to leave forever, it's just... Then he shook his head, like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't get to see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. You frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry. What'll happen? Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. Oh, baby! Oh, it's so sad. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? She's your mom. She loves you. Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom, too. Cove sniffed. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure. If that's right, you were at a standstill. I don't know. Let's go back. I know he's not happy, but Cove's brows furrowed, a scowl appearing on his lips. Nothing's gonna be okay. Oh, he turned away from you. You stared at his back. You couldn't just stop. Please, Cove. After a few minutes of sullen silence, Cove twisted back around. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay, let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble. I don't want something bad to happen. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. He was doing it for you? That gave you a warm feeling inside. even if you wished he didn't want to leave in the first place. And that was that. Together you walked away from the exit sign. Your feet hurt a lot by this point, and you were so tired, but you'd convinced him. You were bringing Cove home, and that's what mattered. On the long walk back, it was only thanks to the occasional street lamp and faint moonlight that you could see in the dark night. You were content to stick close together. Sometimes your drowsy walking caused one of you to almost bump into the other. The back of your hand brushed his. Held on to Cove's hand. Reached out for his hand. It slipped into yours easily. His palm was warm. Cove glanced at you, looking surprised. Aw, then he smiled. His fingers curled around the back of your hand. The two of you continued down the street, hand in hand. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were fighting the drooping of your eyelids while shuffling near Cove on the sidewalk, and the next you were snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. Where have you kids been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I was trying to help Cove. She stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. In turn, Cove gripped your hand tighter. This was hard to face. Guilt ate you up from the inside. Get in, let's get you two home. That, at least, made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you'd done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do, not at all. Shamefaced, you both nodded as one. Sorry, Mrs. Wordweaver. Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. That, Mom started the car up again, and we were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point, because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you in first. Hey there, Joyce. Welcome in. How you doing? Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in your hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness, you found both of them. Yes, I did. They were walking down the main street together. What are you two doing there this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy, and there were dried tear tracks stuck to his cheeks. I had to see my mom. June didn't want me to go alone. Your mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wonder if they could read each other's mind. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the same way you should have been. She went out earlier to look for you two. Nope. She went out earlier to look for the two of you when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. Then she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy knows the discomfort. Okay. You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your mom's talking softly. You want to go see his mother? Poor thing. I explains it at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that all right?
I'll call, then go to the front to tell everyone still out there. You keep an eye on the kids, make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun. Cove just sat there on the couch. Setting his backpack down beside him, he stared at his hands. I'm sorry. You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight. You don't have to. It wasn't your fault. It's alright. Despite Cove's protests, you couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after a disagreement. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Your mom was back, with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
Cove, God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened like he had been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Both seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're all right too. Then he looked at you. Then he looked at your mom's. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
Okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff, really. It couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping his free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
You're welcome, Cove. A tiny smile flitted across his lips. There, and then, wow. A tiny smile flitted across his lips. There, and then gone. And I hug him. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. Aww. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. With that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. Well, you woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined the Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishments, your mom took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. Since when do I stream at this time? I mean... Oh. Yeah, this is a long stream today, isn't it? I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I started at my normal time, and then I just kind of got sucked into this game and have been here for a long time, apparently. We're almost done for today, though. I think there's one more story after this, and then we'll stop for today. But yeah, this is turning into a very long stream, because this game is so good. I love it so much. It's almost 10 p.m. for you. I drinks everything. I pray I was very confused. Yeah, I apparently have been streaming for quite a long time today. But this game is just too good. I totally lost track of time. I'm definitely gonna need to eat after I finish this. I'm surprised that my brain and body aren't yelling at me for food yet. Oh, I've been drinking tea, but that's not really the same. Okay. You caught your moms discussing it, once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Well, that would be annoying. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Okay, yeah, we have one more. We'll do the sleepover, and then we'll stop stream so that I can go eat.
Okay.
Alright kids, we're done with dinner, come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood table. Very nice. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one on the table is a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. Throw a cushion at her? That's tempting. If you didn't get up and race after her, then technically Lizzie would be winning against nobody. She could have that kind of victory. You crossed your arms over your chest, remaining seated, and watched. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again! You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. You're just so slow. I wasn't racing and you know it. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over her shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with a cast resting on his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, I can't read. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. We'll do that. That's our idea. They had told you they would ask Mr. Holden. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out he agreed. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on.
Well, did I win or what?
No.
No. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault June's slow. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win.
You always pick his side.
Joe snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick him and he picks me. Oh, that's so cute! Yeah. You're a couple of rotten eggs then. Yeah, well, we're rotten eggs together, so there's that. It's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then they took seats further down the table, instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly he had the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 on the other side of where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. Bill's gaze met your gray eyes. You smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. You walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye at least. Oh, pineapple chicken. That sounds good. Want to try some? Not really, sorry. By then, your mom had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Not like any other food, honey?
Well,
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink. That's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true, you know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
oh, shoot.
Oh shoot, I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. This one. You ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. You saw that You saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded, pleased, and your mom let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
Good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing it thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends.
Oh.
Mommy floundered in the face of Ko's blunt honestly. You weren't surprised by Ko's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. He wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Ko didn't make much effort either. Do we want them more apprehensive, or do we want more confident? I wonder how I felt about you. You never asked before. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good, even though you were still unsure what it meant. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. They're just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to anyone. But Pam, Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clicking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends, he said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now, less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. It was good food and you were pretty content to just keep eating. That's the idea. Good job, June. Everyone else get to it. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon the table was cleared and the games in the living room were put away, and you are all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blankets hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had already set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. You nod for the both of you in response to Mommy's question. Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, sweetie. She pressed a soft kiss to your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high, and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and pretends like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual. That's so cute! He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. Aw, how fun! Though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or June's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked to you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps. Fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Cove spending the night. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. Cove? Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a moment, and you wondered if you'd startled him with the question. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. Do you think we're friends? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it, wow. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before, and now more than ever you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. Yeah, we're friends. As soon as the words left your mouth, you knew they were true. Okay. You could only just make out Cove's outline in his sleeping bag, but you could hear the smile on his face anyway, and it felt good to have an answer to the question burning in your mind. The two of you were officially friends. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? Nothing. I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Phil sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side. Wow. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled toward your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. He sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Gove turned it around to his hand. In his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew without reading it the title. Wow. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was when. Wow, I can't read. That was when your moms would read to you. It was special. Then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... let's see. There's a dragon in it and crazy things happen. We'll do the dragon. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all, so the two of them become friends instead. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You're reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. Now, no matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. Oh, no, screw sleep. We are reading the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blankets you discarded earlier. You pulled it up and over your head. Come on, check it out. Bring the book too. Oh, this is so cute. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got onto it. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with a flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. With a click, the space flooded with bright light. Cove sputtered, putting his hand to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read and my moms won't know. Oh yeah, we definitely do this all this time. When mom or mommy check on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket. But I haven't been caught before. You want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. You place the book between you and flip it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up a flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. He mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. I mean, if we're trying to not be caught, we probably shouldn't read it out loud. Let's show off the cool pictures. Look, you passed through the book rapidly, stopping at familiar pictures. Cove sucked in a breath at the sight, leaning in closer to inspect it. The whole page was dedicated to the drawing. In it, the squire was battling the dragon. It was before the two of them would realize that they have a lot in common and should be friends. The squire was bringing their sword down on the dragon with all their might, but the dragon managed to hold them back using a giant clawed hand. Whoa, isn't it cool? Oh, and there's another one like this too. You resumed flipping through the pages, only pausing on the next art piece. This is the part where the squire and the dragon fight the king and his knights. The two of you read the book in fits and starts, focusing more on the detailed images. Cove wasn't annoyed, though. He looked enthralled. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. The lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly you raised yourself up onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat tingling as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze, then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, that you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it, the familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? I can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. Frowned. You'd help your mom's redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed, in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house? This time of night? All by himself. He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before. I have to go. I'll come with you. Why? I can get there by myself, and then you'd have to go all the way back here from my house. I'll want to stay together. Cove looked at you quietly, as if contemplating something, before nodding his head. Okay. With that, Cove casually crouched down to collect his pajama pants. You're relieved he didn't mind you coming. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too? Like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it all. No, just this. You could understand that. He didn't really need anything right now, and could always pick his things up tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon Cove joined you. The two of you crept out into the hallway as silently as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everybody was in their rooms, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here some of your neighbors had lights coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You pointed it in the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the beach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it or checked in on you, or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too, and other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. Just lit the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching out across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived. Cove's house loomed above you, the windows dark. Mr. Holden must be sleeping, just like everyone else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up really easily. As if to demonstrate, you rang the doorbell. A couple minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked and cracked open. Out came his dad. His hair's so pretty. Anyways, Mr. Holder wasn't wearing all his clothes. His hair wasn't up in a ponytail like normal either. You felt a little bad to disturb him when he definitely had not been expecting anyone. Eyes had been narrowed into tired slits, yet they opened wide when he saw you in Cove. Kids, what in the world are you doing? Everything okay? I couldn't sleep. Cove said my room was weird. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Right, well, that's a shame. What's done is done. Come on inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping him off. I think you'll have to be part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with what to do next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved to step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right here, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brows furrowed, and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. I can't talk. Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close our door once you've made it back inside. You nodded your head at the compromise. Have a good night. Take care. Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, your eyes met Cove's, still standing beside his dad. His lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper.
Bye.
Bye, June. Thanks for coming. Flashlight clutched in your hand, you jogged back over to your home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back. You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed into your room. The flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Although Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope that next time he'd be able to stay the whole night, whenever next time came along. The next morning you were woken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. June, wake up, it's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains and you rubbed at your eyes. They adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you got the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the night. I didn't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird. What? Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom was still looking at you expectantly. But as you started to explain what had happened, you were interrupted by Mommy calling from downstairs saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way that Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside with a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone, and you wondered if Cove was alright. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night. Okay, there we go. My mic is working again. My software just disconnected for some reason, but we're back now. Okay. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone. You rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks, Mommy gasping and covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them looked your way. You quickly ducked back behind the wall. The boy and I made sure June got back safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with June about this for sure. Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. And when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard Mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very worried.
That's ridiculous.
What were you thinking, June? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? You told the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you were just trying to help him, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen to your parents explain how dangerous it had been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad since Cove only lived across the road, but you didn't tell your moms that. You were already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishment. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the adults. You could accept that. There were definitely things you had learned from it. And hopefully one day you and Cove could finally be able to have a successful sleepover. Yay! That was cute. Okay, and we are now at a good stopping point, and I've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours, which is the longest stream I have done in a very long time. But I love this game. It's so good. Just want to play it all in one sitting, but I should, probably get up and go get food. Maybe do other stuff or something. I don't know. Okay. So we are gonna end the stream here. This was a lot of fun. We'll pick up where we left off next week. So that should be exciting. Oh, it's gonna be so hard to wait. I just want to play it all. But I will be good and wait. But yeah, so tomorrow we're playing more Borderlands 3. Usual time, 9 AM Pacific time. Will not be streaming as long as this, because today was a crazy long stream. Anyways, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you all for the new follows. It means a lot. I hope you enjoyed today's stream, and I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great however long until I see you again. And now I'm going to go get food because I haven't eaten for like 5 hours. Okay, see you all next time. Bye bye.